Am يأتون عليهم بسلطان
Tes 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Coba dicoba. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Dewa, suruh Ilyas pergi pinjam kabel colokan karena siapa tahu banyak mau siapa tahu banyak yang mau cas.
Cik, 1, 2, 3, tes. Cik, oke, Mi.
Iya betul sekali. Dan dari paling lain dari yang lain. Makanya kita juga bilang, hah? Tapi kita jadi belajar. Kan di kepala suku. Kepala suku di klinik. Iya, kepala suku di yang dia ini cuma dia aja. Kalau keseluruhan empat. Oh yang lain non klinik. Memang ada kualitas konsentrasi yang rumah sakit kalau sama Prof. Mar sama Pak Akbar. Bukan, prediktor. Ya, hanya dia juga. Akbar. Eli. Ya, sudah kami WhatsApp. Sebelum masuk kemarin Ahmad
Proses finansial aktif power. Caranya lebih kental, tidak cepat turun, efektif berpikir dan bulu kuman hingga setelah bersembunyi. WPC berpikir bulu kuman. Minum bantu bikin asi lancar.
Runningnya itu yang susah. Iya.
Belum.
Ya, betul. Penilaiannya terhadap Keren keren Pak. Mulai jam 9 ya Pak. Iya Pak, ada yang dua kamu.
Betul.
Itu di Jawa ya, jadi itu kan gitu ini.
Mirip-mirip.
Iya, kalau di tempatku namanya Sanggaraban.
Nah, tidak ada pisangnya. Ongol-ongol.
Ongol-ongol.
Lego ongol-ongol. Kan.
Ya. Oh iya, nanti saya tunggu pada tanggal 2 Maret, habis itu saya scan baru kirim ke Pak Ahmad. Nanti sebentar kita ketemu print dulu, karena boleh print mau habis. Kenapa ya rusak lagi nak? Itu sudah baik itu hari ini udah rusak nggak salah lagi. Ketemu lagi baru lagi.
Oh, anu
Anunya
tintanya. Nah,
apa
Patrick.
apa tulisan di DNS apa berapa ya?
Biasanya pembuangan yang itu yang terlalu sudah banyak kayaknya pembuangan tintanya. Ibu yang cari. Kamu baca. Oke. Kerjakan mau. Masih. Oh, lah.
aspek internasionalnya, tapi yang bersifat Karena mereka ini dari corporate lawyer. Kenapa demikian? Karena corporate lawyer itu kan salah satu profesi yang sangat menjanjikan. Dalam hal apa? Dalam hal karir dan tentunya ya income. Individu. Oke? Ya. Tapi akan sangat ideal kalau memang itu
Iya.
Itu frekuensi sendiri merupakan tanda dengan terjadinya hipertensi atau peningkatan tekanan darah dan seperti berulang protein urin. Sekitar 7-10% dari seluruh kehamilan frekuensi
Bisa juga, bisa juga.
Aku bagi ruang.
Iya.
Gimana Kak Kadir? Kenapa? Kenapa? Lagi? Please your attention, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to begin, please your attention. I have a note to make before we begin today's webinar. I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this webinar. Kindly switch your phone to silent mode and your microphone to silent mode or mute for online participants. Thank you for your kind cooperative and attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Andi Masita Irwan SCAP MS MAN PhD as the head of International Office Universitas Hasanuddin, respectable Dean Faculty of Farmasi Universitas Hasanuddin, Prof. Dr. Renat Marianti Manggau Apotheker. Importantly, in this beautiful moment, I would like to welcome Prof. Martin Jeposma from University of Groningen, Netherlands, who will be the speaker at our event today. And respectable all participants of this webinar. First of all, let's thank the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us mercies and blessings so that we can attend this agenda without any troubles and obstacles. Secondly, salawat and salam may always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness. I would like to introduce myself. I, Israini Yolanda Iskandar, who will be your master ceremony today. Welcome to today's Top Scientist webinar series with title, What the Chief Editor Pays Attention to During the Initial Screening of a Manuscript, and Tips to be a Good Reviewer. We would like to thank everyone here for making time to attend this remarkable webinar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's open webinar by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On this occasion, allow me to introduce you today's agenda. The first, the welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Hasanuddin. The second is opening speech by the head of International Office, Universitas Hasanuddin. The third is the core of webinar with the title, What the Chief Editor Pays Attention to During the Initial Screening of Manuscript, and the tips to be a good reviewer. Welcome by the Professor Martin Jeposma, and continue with the discussion session. And the fourth is the closing and the photo session together. The first agenda will be a welcoming speech. Allow us to invite Prof. Dr. Renat Marianti Manggau Apotheker, Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Hasanuddin, to deliver her welcome remarks. Please welcome Dr. Professor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, guten Morgen, Kursi. Yeah. First of all, let us thank God for the Almighty and for the many gifts to us all. Yeah, and then thanks to Professor Martin Pospa, our top scientist, yeah, for the speech today, for the lecture today. I know he is very busy, yeah, with very full agendas, but he will come to us to give us many knowledges, especially also from in Faculty of Pharmacy. We have he was by us since Monday. We have discussed a lot of things with our lecturers and also with our students. Yeah, we have so many things to can reach our knowledge. Yeah. Third, I would like to thanks to Vice Rector for entrepreneurship, business innovation and collaboration, Professor Adi Maulana, to make this event become possible. Yeah. Today we have lecturers from POSMA in our lovely occasion. This place is will be used occasionally used for professor inaugural speeches and also for the meeting of our senator from Hasanuddin University. Yeah. I would like to give you a warm welcome to our webinar today in this lovely occasion. Yeah. And then this lecture is actually has many benefits for us. One is for our upcoming reviewers, because as you know, we also aim that next year we will build our international journal. Yeah, I hope you will be also our editor. Yeah, I invite you from now, yeah, that you can help us to build our international journal. Yeah, and secondly is this also has benefit for our lecturers, yeah, from Hasanuddin University, who will publish his journal, his manuscript in journal and publication, especially in Simago Journal Q1 or so. As we know, Professor Posma has H-index 73. Yeah, has many publications in Q1 or so. Yeah, Simago SGR. I think you don't understand about the H-index, yeah, because you publish only your manuscript, your research only maybe 100 per year, yeah. You have, because you have many collaborators. As I heard from you, you have 60 doctoral students, yeah. Wow, yeah, 60 doctoral students, yeah. When one of them each of them yeah, publish maybe 5, like Uri for 5 or 7. That means you have 600 publication. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This your visit to university has many benefit. We can take benefit for this, because you give lecture. Yeah, you top scientist. Actually, we have already many collaboration internationally. We aim that our faculty hope that we have many internationally collaboration. Yeah, we have actually grant from German exchange service for scholarship, yeah, for magister students. Yeah, also in October we will also bring our professional apotheker to have field practice in amino biotechnology company, yeah. And in March next year we hope that we also can visit Bayer industry and also in Bayer and Hooks in Germany, yeah. Also in September we have also lecture from UK, yeah. That means that is we thanks to Vice Rector for also to help our internationalization activity, yeah. So this let us to finish my talk, my welcome speech, and hope that this lecture today has fruitful for us to make many publication, and also for a spirit, give a spirit to establish our we has international journal, yeah, reputation in Scopus, maybe index, and also I hope that here you are yeah, you are very happy here. We are very happy to meet you and to discuss everything, yeah. And you will come back to Indonesian, yeah, again. And we have and also I hope that we will sign a collaboration, yeah, as our guest, our lecturer, yeah, international lecture. And you come again next year and visit Toraja with us. Yeah, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Marianti, for your delightful speech. And the next agenda will be an opening speech. Allow us to invite Andi Masita Irwan, SCAP MS, MIN, PhD, as the head of International Office. Doctor, screen on you.
Okay, thank you, Rara. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Hasanuddin, Honorable our speakers today, Prof. Martin J. Postma. I hope I mentioned your name, Prof. Martin, correctly. From Groningen University, Netherlands. Our moderator and distinguished participants, thank you for taking the time to join us today. First of all, I'd like to extend best regards from our rector, Professor Jamuddin Jompa, and the Vice Rector for Partnership Affairs, Prof. Adi Maulana. Prof. Adi planned to open the webinar today, but due to currently he is in Denver, United States, accepting invitation from US government, so we could not open our webinar today. So it is my pleasure to open this Top Scientist webinar hosted by Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Hasanuddin. This webinar is part of world-class university activities by Universitas Hasanuddin. And today's topic, which is what a chief editor pay attention to during the initial screening of a manuscript and tips to be a good reviewer, is very relevant with our effort to be a world-class university. The first topic is very related to students, researchers, and professors. UNHAS has issued a new regulation on journal publication for master and doctoral students. Maybe Prof. Martin already know about this from Faculty of Pharmacy. And then we need to increase our international publications, both in quality and quantity. Our target in 2022, we will have at least 2,250 articles in Scopus-based journal or proceedings. And then currently, we success to achieve at least 700 articles. And hopefully by the end of this year, we will pass our target. Therefore, we really appreciate today's webinar as one of the efforts to increase our international publication, both for quality and quantity. And we are fully aware that the role of journal editor is very important, as he or she will decide whether our manuscript could be considered for publication. And as we know, journal editors are busy and usually have to make an initial decision on the suitability of paper in a very short time. That is why, in order to grasp his attention in a good way, we need to know what are the tips, since it is crucial for our manuscript to be accepted for publication. And then the second topic, which is tips to be a good reviewer. One of criteria in QS ranking is academic reputation. And being a good reviewer is one way to get acknowledgement as an expert in our field, and hence will contribute to UNHAS academic reputation. The more reviewers we have from UNHAS, the more reputation we get from our college. And I'm fully aware also that majority of the participants in here, our faculty members, many of them are reviewers in a top journal at Scopus Index. And at the end, we hope that our university reputation in terms of academic will be increasing. And as mentioned by Dean of Pharmacy, Faculty of Pharmacy in UNHAS, we have 3 Scopus Index journal and hope there will be more to come in the near future. We hope that we will have another 3 or 4 journal index by Scopus in this year. Therefore, we need more expert person to be a good reviewer. And we are lucky to have today our today's speaker, Professor Martin. He is the right person to deliver the topic, since he has published many articles in high impact journal and also acting as editor in many high reputable journal. So to sum up, I'd like to convey my appreciation to the organizing committee from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Hasanuddin, for organizing this event in these challenging circumstances. And I'd like to extend my gratitude to Professor Martin for their valuable time and support in contributing to this webinar. I hope you all enjoy. I hope Professor Martin enjoy your short stay in Makassar so far. And I'm hoping that this collaboration between UNHAS and Groningen University will be strengthened. And thank you all for the participants, most warmly for your participation in this webinar. And with that, on behalf of our rector of Hasanuddin University, I formally open this webinar and wish you all success. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Dr. Andi Masita for your delightful speech. And ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the webinar agenda. This presentation will be delivered by Professor J. Posma. And also this agenda will be guided by Dr. Bustanul Arifin as from Apotheker MSc MPH. We invite you all, the distinguished speaker and the moderator. Time and place are yours.
Thank you, Ibu Isra, for the speech. My name is Bustanul Arifin. I'm a lecturer in Farmasi Fakulty, and I will be the moderator today. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Hari ini kita masih bisa bersama-sama di sini mengikuti webinar hari ini. Thank you very much for the rector, for the vice rector, for the dean of Farmasi, Professor Marianti. Thank you very much, and all your staff. Thank you very much for give Professor Martin Posma a very nice day in Makassar. And also for the committee, thank you very much. Also for my students, thank you very much. The participants here. Professor Posma experiences how he did, how he reads the very high H index. So we learn from him. Professor Posma always about academic writing, always remember a word from him. When I was his PhD student, 2014 until 2018 in University of Groningen, and then I asked him how to be published a manuscript. At the moment, I was scared because I have to publish at least 5 articles, and yeah, I don't know how to start. And Professor Posma say, Lucky, you need an excellent English, also excellent researcher, lucky connection network, and one thing is how to thought simple but detail. So that word always come in my mind when I thought about academic writing. Before you start your presentation today, I would like to, at least time flies, you here almost a week. I still remember the first time we met in Makassar. It was in Hasanuddin Airport, 2 EM. And then I was there with Pak Yaji, the driver, and Pak Ansar. Thank you very much for also your time. Would you please tell us a simple experience in Makassar, please?
Thanks for the welcome speeches, both on behalf of Rector and Dean. Thank you for that. Thank you, Uri, for your kind words. I will later on, I will show some slides. But actually, Uri already told all my slides, Uri. It is about language. It is about researcher. It is about having in publication. That is, and it is about network, and it is about getting the details right. But on the other hand, so you have already summarized my slides that I will present. Thank you for that. Yeah, my experience in Makassar so far was your at the airport at 2 in the night. I felt enormously welcome by the staff.
Linknya mau kasih Jan. Thank you. Rakaku.
Someone online is mute. Closer to the mic.
Mau ke sana. Kayak Pak Ade.
Please, when you're online, in particular, and made me feel enormously welcome. I gave lectures earlier this week. I was also impressed by the students, by how their level of interest and their questions. So all in all, enormously professionally, enormously positive experience. Also more on a, let's say, private basis. I had a, let's say, my love for Indonesia. Born in Bukit Tinggi. Understand this was before the war, so before Indonesia Merdeka, obviously before. Full experience earlier this week in a small trip that we made with wonderful beaches towards Bira and wonderful Kura and Penyu. Wonderful food on our way. Also, one of the students' mom cooked wonderful. Ahmad's mom I said, whenever I'm in Indonesia in the future, I want to have Ahmad's mom her food. Ahmad. Yeah, that was so. So all in all, a wonderful experience from a point of professional, but also from point of free time. Yeah, that summarizes my experience so far, Uri.
Thank you, Professor Posma. And then also thank you for Ahmad. Yeah, Professor Posma, I think all the participants here, online or on-site here, they would like to submit, they would like to publish their research, but sometimes confused how to start. And then sometimes, personally, my personal experience when I start a manuscript, after I write and then tomorrow, after the day after, I try to read it again and I get confused, redundant, but I did it. So we would love you share to us your experience. I know you are a chief editor in many reputable journals in the world. What the chief editor, see for the screening for initial manuscript? If you have a manuscript, what do you try to find it, the keyword? And then the second, how to be a good reviewer? Because for me, I have many email ask me to be a reviewer, but I don't know it's which one the journal. I try to find a imago of the journal, but I cannot find that journal. Is it a predatory journal or yeah? How your experience? Okay, Professor Posma, time is yours.
Lots of questions, Uri. Let's go to the questions later. Let me first give a few slides as sort of an intro. I think we have 2 hours today. Is it correct? We have 2 hours. So let me first present a few slides as sort of introduction. And then let's go to the questions and other questions and maybe online questions. And let's go through them one by one. Is it possible to get my slides? Yeah? You mean the participants online? Yeah. And maybe good to see them here as well, if possible. Excellent. I will maybe not. I don't know how clear it is, but I will talk you through them anyway. Now I've seen many of you before this week, so you know in the meantime who I am. My introductory slide that I am from Groningen and was also already mentioned again. I actually have 2 formal affiliations, and maybe we can add Hasanuddin as a formal affiliation. At the moment, Erlanga and Pajajaran, I have guest professorships there. What is not in this slide, but important for this morning, is that indeed I am not the chief editor, but editor for various journals. PLOS ONE is a journal where I'm the editor, Expert Reviews, Pharmacoeconomics, and Outcomes Research. But for a few years now, I am associate editor of the journal Value in Health. And Value in Health is maybe, I don't know how familiar, but you might not be so familiar with it, but in the health economics, in the pharmacoeconomics, it is actually the highest ranking journal. Although it has been taken over just last month by the European Journal of Health Economics. But still, Value in Health is a very reputable journal, impact around 5. And since I'm an associate editor there, I focus actually on my task for that journal. and dealing with around 2-3 papers per month. Of course, I'm also a reviewer. I get like Bustanul, I get maybe every day 2 requests to review a manuscript. If I would say yes to all requests, I guess I would not have time for anything else anymore. Not for Makassar, not for my PhDs, not for anything else, not for my kids, or so I of course I nowadays deny most of the reviews. Yeah. Shall we go to I will briefly talk, as said, maybe 15 minutes, some introductory slides. Can I get the next slide? Yeah, you arrange it. So looking from a general perspective at a paper, and this was something that that Uri already said, and also as an editor or as a reviewer, you want to have an excellent first impression. So you can think, I mean, we are scientists, so we think it is about the content, and let's not bother too much about the exact language, and it is about what we find, and that is important. But for an editor and a reviewer, when he sees in the beginning a few typos or even double spaces, you know that by accident you click the space twice rather than once between 2 words, or you have some language that is a bit sloppy, it's gone. You're already gone. You can have such nice findings and methods and statistics, and in particular when you see this, maybe people who are very good in mathematics, excellent calculations, but sometimes in particular people who are very quantitative, maybe a bit less talented for words, and then you have maybe some issues with the language, with the typos, and you're gone, immediately gone. That's how it unfortunately works. In the end, Uri said it. Of course, you also always need a little bit of luck. You don't have it in your own hands. You need, when a reviewer is in a bad mood, yeah, it happens. You have to be a bit lucky that the reviewer is in an optimistic mood and maybe just got a paper. I remember an issue where one of our papers was rejected, and I was sort of knowing in my network, I knew who it was, and he said, yeah, my paper was just rejected and it was even better than yours, so of course I reject yours. So it is also depending a bit, yeah, so you have to be a bit lucky. Another thing that immediately catches the eye of a reviewer as well as an editor is the structure. So my second point here, it has to be immediately clear how you have structured your paper, and you have to use potential headings, and you have to maybe have things in bold and things in italics, and it has to be immediately clear that there is a clear, consistent logic in your structure. And if you switch from bold to italics in your headings and it's not clear why, again, I think editor, reviewer, they don't even look anymore at the content. They reject you because of the structure. Also nice if the structure is a bit symmetric. Don't use paragraphs, alineas, paragraphs of 1 sentence. No, try to have each paragraph a little bit similar, like maybe 5-6 sentences, and don't switch from a very long paragraph to a next paragraph of only 1 sentence. Sometimes I see PhDs doing that, and I always comment, you have to have some, it has to be friendly to the eye. It has to be aesthetic in a way. So symmetric, a little bit of symmetry, you know, helps in the structure. And of course, a reviewer editor likes that it's a bit attractive. If you only have words, it's an enormous amount of characters. Have some tables, have some figures, have some attractive figures, and have a catchy abstract. Some reviewers, I must say, it's not really what I do, but I know that some other reviewers, they are really, they want to read the abstract. And they want to understand from the abstract what happens. So take care of your abstract. Maybe not even end with it. It's often like something you do at the end, but it's also good to maybe already think at the beginning. What in your abstract, you have your key messages, you have your aim. So the abstract has to be catchy. Yeah, Uri mentions the cover letter. I must admit, I as a reviewer, but I never read the cover letter. I don't mind so much. Everybody says that their research is important, and they are right. Everybody makes some marketing for their paper in their cover letter. If you do a cover letter and you want the reviewer to read it, keep it very short. But I must admit, I never open any cover letter. I want to see from the paper itself that it is important and what are the key messages. If there are key messages in the cover letter, which I cannot easily find in the paper, it is a rejection also. So I know that some of my Indonesian PhDs, they always indeed also come to me with, oh, my cover letter, please comment on my cover letter. Maybe it's a bit overrated, the cover letter. There might be other reviewers or editors who look at the cover letter. But we have to discuss that at the end. What is crucial is your cover letter when you do your revision. That is a different point. But your initial submission cover letter, I don't care at all. I know everyone finds his research important. And every research is important, so they are right anyway. Shall I go to the next slide, Uri? About, yeah, this is maybe some open doors in Dutch. We say open doors, so very obvious to some of you. Very briefly, we can go through this. How you start with the introduction of the paper. How does it look like? And Uri can share the slides with everyone. Sometimes such a structure can help you with the paper. Of course, you need to give the background of your research and the importance in health economics, pharmacoeconomics. Often you say globally diabetes costs like let's say $300 billion. So something we often do is show the importance also in terms of money, but of course also in terms of in health, in terms of incidence and prevalence. It is important to state the third point. What do we know? What do we know so far? What is known on the topic? And what do we not yet know? Where are the gaps? Specify that in the introduction to be clear. Where are the gaps? And logically, from one of those gaps follows the aim. So you end always your introduction. And I have an example at the end that I will briefly go through, showing indeed an introduction that ends with the aim. I think many of you know this. So let's go quickly through these slides, just more like a refresher. Yeah. The hourglass, we all know the hourglass, and it is a bit like how we structure the methods, quite extensive. Then often you see we go to the results, which is very brief. Sometimes the results can be a lot of tables and figures, but in particular the text is quite brief and condense. And then we go, like the hourglass, we go down and we broaden again in the discussion. There we do the interpretation and hypothesizes and so on. Of course, the methods have to be, as Uri said, they have to be. I guess you have to be. Maybe Uri said it in a way, in that way. You have to be able to read the methods in two ways. You have to read the methods like more quickly and general and get a feeling of, oh, this is what they did. That is one way, the quick way. Most readers will do it like that. The other is if someone wants to really go on with your research and he wants to get all the details, as Uri said. And therefore, you also have to give all the details, because in the end, your research has to be reproducible. Difficult in areas like artificial intelligence nowadays. That was actually a paper in the news yesterday. Reproducibility, but basically it is of course an important criterion for scientific research, reproducible. So if someone wants, he or she should be able to actually recalculate, if it's a quantitative approach, your numbers. So you have to be precise as well, next to give a general feeling of what you do. You can use appendices for the details, of course. If you give all your details in the methods, it can be way too much. So appendices can be very useful in the methods. Often you see in the methods one attractive figure. If we talk about, I explained to you about Markov models and decision trees earlier on pharmacoeconomics on Monday. Typically in the methods, you would find a graph, an attractive figure of the Markov model, for example. At the end, again, I have a quick example of how, but again, many of you know this, of course. It's more like a refresher for many of you. And in the methods, you find a lot of references. This can be related to the methods. That build on what other people have already developed in terms of methods. It can also be concerning the data on the, because generally, you know, of course, methods and data is one section. We are still in the hourglass upper part of the data and the methods, quite extensive. You would expect a table with the data, and choosing the data in pharmacoeconomics, also reviewers will pay attention to that, and reviewers may say, you did cherry picking. You picked a specific data that suited you very well for your analysis and gave you these nice results. Whereas if you have taken other data from other references, you would maybe have gotten completely different types of results. Cherry picking is, of course, a negative thing. And it is basically not what a reviewer may say, you did cherry picking, so I suggest to reject this paper. So you have to justify your choices of the data. Of course, you do that, for example, by giving the adequate references. But if there are more data sources, you have to motivate why you picked one and not the other. And in pharmacoeconomics, as Uri knows, when he came to my office and said, Professor Postma, I have two good sources for my analysis. What should I do? My answer generally was, because I don't have to do the work, Bustanul has to do the work, I would say, do them both. Huh? And one as a base case analysis in terms of pharmacoeconomics, and one as a sensitivity analysis. Next slide. And now we go to the results. We are in the middle of the hourglass. It is an issue that sometimes it is a bit vague where exactly the methods end and where the results start. And it's also a bit dependent whether you are in economics or social sciences or in pharmacy, natural sciences, to make the choices. You see that the sample size, for example, the sample size, when it's a power analysis, you see that some people choose to explain the power analysis that they did in the methods and present the size of the sample as a result of the power analysis. You see other people who actually present the result of the power analysis already in the methods. And it's a bit the same, for example, with the literature review. You can You can have a literature review as part of your search for data. And then you can specify in the methods how you did your literature review. And then you can present the results of the literature review in your results section. But also you often see that authors have their results of the literature review already in the methods. So there are some choices to be made. I don't think reviewers really would decline your paper because of this issue. But when you are from social sciences, for example, you might want, for example, to have the sample size result in your methods. That's what I see my colleagues doing mostly. And you shouldn't be surprised when you have a reviewer from natural sciences that he or she would say, I would like to see your result of your sample size calculation. I would like to see that in the results. And then basically, and that's also something I always say to my PhDs, the reviewer is always right. Don't start, but I will say that, I will say something more about that, but never start arguing with reviewers. That doesn't work. Just do what they say, basically. That's a simple rule. The reviewer is always right. The goal is to get published. So accept sometimes then that you don't get it your way, but you have to do it the way of the reviewer. The aim is to get it published. Anyway, so your results are brief and they are sec, without much ado, no interpretation, no explanation, as you know. You typically see a lot of attractive figures and tables in the results. Now, you know. But keep it sec, keep no interpretation, no explanation. Uri, we go to the discussion, exactly. Where you give, yeah, I think it's a bit like, a conclusion is the next slide. So we are now in the lower part of the hourglass and we are going to expand. Again, we give extensive interpretation and explanation, and we correlate things to each other, and we hypothesize that this may be, some things may be related to, or it's all allowed in the discussion, but not after. In the first paragraph of the discussion, you summarize again your findings, your results. In the first paragraph, again, just summarize what already sort of the key messages where you will go to in your conclusions. Then you do the interpretation, explanation, hypothesize. You go to previous research. What have other people already found in this field? And then one thing to mention here is that for example, if Uri would refer to me and he would say, Postma et al. Found that. A general comment here is, don't say too many author names, just give them a number. So it was found that, and then just the reference between brackets, because, yeah, who the hell is Postma? I mean, if it were Sigmund Freud, okay, Freud et al. Found that, but don't go too much into all these author names. Just give them. I mean, I'm just a number. Huh? That's basically the message here. So, then you go to strengths and limitations and be brief on. Sometimes I also see, you know, and you can. Some students, they say this study has many limitations, and then they start first, secondly, thirdly, fourthly, fifth, sixth, satu, tua, you know. So yeah, and when you read this as a reviewer, you think, a study with so many limitations, that will not work. Let's reject this. So be brief on the limitations, maybe two major limitations, or one. And of course, then it makes no sense to say 6 or 7 strengths. Also be brief on the strengths. Maybe 2 limitations and 2 strengths. But And then finally, you end with what do we still not know? What should we still find out? What are still the research gaps? So where should future research focus on? And then we go to the conclusion. 2 or 4 sentences, not more. Conclusion, very brief. Sometimes exactly similar as in your abstract, because in your abstract you have to be brief, and the conclusion is already brief. So sometimes you can exactly copy paste your conclusion section to your abstract, I would say. Of course, it's my opinion, all these things. I mean, it is of course other reviewers, other editors. Of course, everyone has its own a little bit his own point of view. Again, you have to be lucky also with the editor that his point of view is also your point of view, her point of view. And then give key messages, 1 or 2 conclusions. Also, I would say don't go into 4 or 5 conclusions, 1 or 2 conclusions, and maybe 1 key recommendation what follows from your conclusions. Yeah, and then I go very brief. Next slide, Uri. It is actually your paper which I already introduced, and it is your paper together with Rivki, who is in Groningen, but also with Prof. Marianti and Prof. Nasrun and more colleagues from Indonesia. This is what I like. This is let's say a multidisciplinary team. A lot of co-authorships. This is how you build a network. But I mean, publications are also a way to build a network. Actually, Prof. Marianti came in my network through this publication, and yeah, now it was so nice to meet my co-author on Monday. On Monday of this week. So let's very briefly go through this paper of yours, Uri. I don't want to embarrass you too much and say too much positive things about this, but there is only positive things to say about this, I would say. So this is the brief introduction, and after that, and what I want to highlight here, and you cannot see it, but let me read it. The introduction, it definitely shows the importance of HIV/AIDS, and then the importance of using a questionnaire to investigate about the quality of life in HIV/AIDS. It introduces the HIV KQ18 as a measurement, and also talking about others. Measurement for the measurement for the knowledge, and then you end. Therefore, the study, how you should end an introduction. Therefore, the study aimed to conduct an adaptation validation psychometric test of the instrument on a general adult population in Indonesia. So you end with a very clear aim. Not with 2 aims. Sometimes you see 2 aims. That I think a reviewer and an editor still, okay, 2 aims still acceptable. But when you go on with 3 or 4 aims, I think it becomes too much. Be clear. It's always a matter of clarity. Be clear what you want to achieve with your paper. If you want to achieve 4 different kind of things, it becomes, make it 2 papers, basically. Next slide, Uri, on your paper. Sample size calculation. Uri and I had a discussion on a next paper that we are doing, and it is important what we discussed between the 2 of us, that to motivate your sample size. You cannot always do a formal power analysis, or sometimes it's a bit more difficult to motivate. But here Uri had this creative thought of looking at previous publications and how many did they use, and that's also a motivation of a sample size. But you can never say we took 2,000 participants. No, you have always, of course, to motivate it. And a nice length of a paragraph. What is it? 6, 7 sentences. very attractive written down, and reference is not Postma et al. Or whatever, who et al., but a nice numbering. Next one. Yeah, I only have positive words for you. Of course, I was also I was often very negative towards you in Groningen. No, that is a joke. I was never. So then also in the methods, an attractive. Next slide, Uri. An attractive figure. We don't go into the detail, but a figure in the methods is what you would expect. Makes it attractive for the reviewer and the editor and the reader. Next slide. What was this? Let me think. Where are we now, Uri? Was this already maybe the discussion? And what did I wanted to highlight here? This is the discussion where you have already discussed your results and you have made some interpretation, and then you say these findings support the a priori hypothesis and known group validity. So you go on to hypothesizing, which is a fair thing to do in the discussion. And maybe there's even one more slide, Uri. Conclusion. As said, how many sentences? 2. And if I go to the abstract, which is not in my slides, but you actually see that in your paper, your abstract conclusion is almost the same as your final conclusion. And then maybe before I open for discussion, some words, and I don't have a slide on that, but when you've done your job well and you've been lucky, a little bit of luck is you need, you get back a major revision. A minor revision is it's very rare, maybe 1 in 20 papers. I guess we would get a minor revision. Of course, then we are very happy, and except the first time, I've never come across that. It's always at least a minor revision, but mostly a major revision, and maybe even more often a reject, unfortunately. I'm an editor of Value and Health, as I said, and I got from the editorial office the task, so to say, to reject 70% of the papers. As an editor, I'm always quite happy with a critical review from a reviewer so that I can reject. I have sort of a rule of the thumb that if I want 2 reviewers, if they both say major revision, it's a reject. If one says major revision and the other says minor, I give a major revision. If both say minor revision, I give a major revision. Or maybe when there is very limited comments, maybe a minor revision. And then it goes back to you as authors, and then you have to comment on the revision, as said, mostly a major revision. So you may have 20 different comments. 20, is that reasonable, Uri? How many? Sometimes can be 40, sometimes can be only 5. Yeah. Sometimes can be only delete this word. Yeah, sometimes you have a few very easy, but there's always 1 or 2, 3 or 4 very difficult comments. And as I said before, the reviewer is always right. That is my approach, at least. So when the reviewer says this and this and this is wrong, you should have done it like this and this and this, and you think, but that's exactly how we did it. He didn't understand my paper at all. You do not answer, you fool, you didn't understand my paper, and how can you be a reviewer, you stupid guy or girl. That is generally not the way to do it. The reviewer is always right, which here means when the reviewer hasn't understand what your paper, it is your mistake, you didn't write it down clearly. So what you will answer is, thank you for your comment, Mr. or Mrs. Reviewer. We have now change the method section to clarify better what we have done. And you go in this way through each comment. You are very flattery to the reviewer. You always say, "Thank you, reviewer, for your comment. Your comments have really improved our paper." Even if you think, what a crazy guy this is, you say, "Oh, thank you so much." And the reviewer is always right. That is the only way, because if you start arguing with the reviewer, you're gone. So it can become a matter of honor in a way that you feel. But if I follow the reviewer, this is not anymore what I wanted. But it becomes then a matter of stepping over your honor and just do what the reviewer says. Or if your honor is very strong, you might say, okay, I withdraw my paper and I go to another journal, but we never do that. We always follow the rule. The reviewer is always right. How wrong he sometimes or she is even can be. Yeah. So maybe for the moment leave it for here, and as many as they want. Yeah, fine.
Thank you very much, Professor Posma, for an excellent presentation. I learned more and more for academic writing. Now is the discussion session. For all the audience on site, please raise your hand if you have a question. And I will give 2 questions for the first session. Please. Yeah. 1. Yeah, 2. Sorry, Ahmad. Yeah, you're 1, 2. Yeah, please.
Oke, silakan kumpul.
Okay, thank you. Please, second.
Yes. Thank you very much for very nice presentation today, Professor Posma. I have two questions if you don't mind. My first question is many junior elder.
Sorry, would you please introduce yourself,
Oh
please?
yeah, sorry. My name is Tripuspita Roska, the student of Faculty of Pharmacy. I have two questions if you don't mind, Professor. The first question is, many junior elder find it difficult to write the introduction because the most common problem is the inability to state clearly what questions was asked. And in your opinion, how to solve this problem? How to state and brief the introduction clearly? And my second question is, to lead the reader to the point of our introduction, it is necessary to review the relevant literature. Can you give us some explanation about the important thing must be considered to choose the reference that are essential to our paper? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for these questions. Let me go through them one by one. I think the first was Ibu Erlina. I think you asked about the title and about the journal choice. Correct? Okay. Thank you. Immediately when you on your question about the title, Bustanul immediately gave me his paper, his piece of paper with one of his titles, and he is a very creative guy, and he has as one of the title of his papers a title that really attracts, I guess, your attention. Is diabetes is a gift from God, from Allah. It was one of his participants in the study actually had mentioned that. So I think again, a bit like the cover letter, I must admit that I, as a reviewer or an editor, don't mind at all about the title. I look at, and I think we do that as editors and reviewers, we look at the methods. And it is about the methods. They have to be valid, sound, clear. What is though important for a journal is that the paper gets reads a lot. The more reads, the better it is for the journal. It's not so relevant for the editor, but for the journal it is. So when you write for the reviewer or for the editor, I think the title doesn't matter so much. But when you write in your mind like, oh, I want people to read my paper and I want reads and the journal want reads, yeah, then a creative title that attracts attention is worthwhile. I must admit, in my field, there is a lot of titles like cost effectiveness of loratinib, cancer loratinib in the Netherlands, dot. Or cost effectiveness of omeprazole in primary care in Indonesia, dot. There's a lot of, okay. your title, and I must. There was a time when I was actually also trying to be a bit more creative, and you remember Ansar in the car when I asked you to when we did when we were the DJs to Bira, and I said to you, Justin Timberlake, what goes around comes back around. You remember? Actually, I had a period that I tried to link my titles to I used the Justin Timberlake song title once for one of my papers, and I did it also with other songs. But now I guess I'm back to the old-fashioned cost effectiveness of imatinib in the Netherlands. So it is worthwhile to think about. I agree. Not for the reviewers, but for the reads. Your other point was on the journal choice. I think 2 points are always Q1. That is, although I must say, in the Netherlands, and I don't know how that is here, in the Netherlands it becomes more, Q1 is all about science. Scientific impact. And in the Netherlands, universities are more and more evaluated concerning their societal impact. And that basically means that maybe Q1, Q2 is not so important, but what is important is that your paper is picked up by the right readership and maybe by the right newspapers, and ideally even you are in television with your paper. So I would say in the Netherlands, and you know how this always goes, there is a period that people are completely on scientific impact. And now in the Netherlands, they are completely going in the direction of societal impact. And there is not so much interest anymore in Q1, but it's all about being in the newspaper and being, and this comes with waves. So now we are completely on, and probably in 10 years, we are back to scientific impact again. It always goes like that, I guess. So that about the, yeah. So impact, Q1, and who is your readership? For example, in my field, do you want to target clinicians, or do you want to target economists, or policymakers, or even more the lay people, the people who read the newspapers and watch television. Yeah, shall I go to the other 2 questions from Ibu Buspita? Okay, Ibu Buspita. Thank you for your questions. You said that how it's so difficult to write the introduction. Yeah, and I think I did advise you, Uri, to, I think I generally advise not to start with the introduction. Yeah, start with methods is always my, because when you know, sometimes you start research and your research question is not yet clear. That is ideally, you know, upfront. So you always have to think your research. What is my research question? But sometimes, and that often it is the case, your research question is not 100% clear when you start. That's normal. And you do your methods and you do a little bit trial and error, and then at a certain moment you find something works and something else doesn't work, and you of course want to publish that what works. So when you start with your methods, you write down your successful approach, then that gives you clarity on your research question. Of course, in the end, when you write a paper, you have to have a clear research question and a clear aim, but it may come later. Don't focus. My advice would be don't focus on it. It always has to be in the back of your head, but don't focus on it from the beginning. you can start with the writing like I advised Uri, write first your methods and then go back to your introduction, or even write methods and results and then your introduction and your discussion. I think introduction and discussion are typically the ones that you, like a thesis. Also for a thesis, when you compile your thesis, you have your chapters, and at the very end you write your introduction of the thesis and your discussion of the thesis. And yeah, the review was your other question was on reviewing the literature. There are even nowadays starting artificial intelligence type of approaches to reviewing the literature. So it becomes a very professionalized issue. The danger of cherry picking in literature review is obvious. You can pick again the literature that you like most, and that is a danger. And if reviewers think you did that, you have a problem. So you have to indeed pay a lot of attention more and more to your literature review. Maybe sometimes you are in a field where you know there are only 2 or 3 previous papers that you have to review, and then you're fine. If you are in a field where you have to really do a literature review with maybe 20 or 30 papers that are of interest, you could consider to do an official literature review according to the Prisma guidelines, and actually even register your review. That is, of course, a quality mark. Registration of your review with it's also Prisma, huh? Yeah, registration of your review with the Prisma, and then maybe your formal literature review as an appendix of your paper. I fully agree with your suggestion that it's becoming increasingly important to do that very precise and adequately, and it takes a lot of time. Although, as said, there are now also automatic artificial intelligence type of ways of doing this, but yeah, you have to get access. You have to have access to that. So it takes a lot of time. What? Yeah. Does it help? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the two. Now the second session, also 2 or 3 questions from the participant on site. For online participant, you can also ask a question for Professor Martin Posma by write on the chat column. Please, Dr. Ita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Posma. Good morning. I'm very glad to meet you today. There are many questions for you. In the world, there are many journals. There are the specific subject, and there are multiple subjects. According to you, what the best one to choose to be easy receive for the receipt of our rating? That's the first. And the second, sometimes our topic have limited reference. So in this time, I would like to ask you how much or how minimize reference to be a good or writing in the journal. And the third, sometimes the reviewer reject our writing, and they say that the size of our sample is very minimalist. And what we must do if we found that, because we have count with the statistic, that's the right sample size of the sample. I think enough, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ita. Any question from the participant on site? Oh, okay, Professor Posma, I have a question. Oh, Ahmad, yeah, please, Ahmad.
Okay, thank you,
for Mr. Bustanul for this opportunity. And thank you for Professor Posma. My name is Ahmad Ardiansyah, a student of Pharmacy Faculty. My question is, in a qualitative study, we have to describe the results in details. And is there a rule on how many words require for a qualitative study to write a manuscript? Thank you.
Excellent questions.
Thank you, Ahmad.
Excellent question, like all the others, of course.
One more question from the participant on site, please. Okay, Martin, I have a question. Yeah, in our discussion, mostly in the last paragraph, we state the limitation and the strengths. And then, yeah, I agree. For me and for many Indonesian students, sometimes we thought many limitations than strength. So we have 10 limitations and 1 strength, and we don't know the strength. So my question is how to describe our limitation in an excellent way. Thank you. Okay, and also one question from Professor Marianti, please.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Uri. I have a question. How long should we wait? We are waiting for the answer of the publisher also, because sometimes we are what is the reason why they don't answer our manuscript? We should wait for 3 months or until, yeah, we cannot wait. Yeah, so yeah, what is the reason?
Oh, ada nih.
Okay. Shall I go from Dr. Rita's questions first? Yeah, your first question was on the rating of what is best, where best to publish, I think is where best to publish for the rating of the university. I think I guess there are different ratings in the world of universities. So and there may be Indonesian ratings of universities. For the example that I gave for the Netherlands at the moment, the university rating in The Hague by the Dutch government is based more and more, as I said, on the societal impact rather than the exact specific scientific impact, which means that, and I also say that now and then to the students, I'm happy with Q2 publication if it attracts what is more important at the moment is that it attracts attention, that we are in the newspapers, and obviously this may go at the expense of the scientific impact, which maybe decides on the Shanghai rating and the World University rating. So it also depends. Maybe my comment here is where do you want to rank high? You want to rank high internationally, or you want to rank high within Indonesia? And it may so it depends on the exact goal that you have and the exact rating that you apply. I think for us as for me as an individual researcher, I must say I generally don't look so much at the interest of the university, but maybe this is also, the Netherlands is maybe, we are in a way quite individualistic society, I think more than Indonesia. I think when I look at where to publish, I look at the interest of the PhD, Bustanul, what is good for him, rather than what is good for my university. Often it coincides, that's wonderful, but I don't mind too much, I must admit, on what. In the end, when you have many publications, there will be many publications that contribute to the university rating. And there was a time, maybe as another example, there was a time that our university penalized. You got a punishment in terms of points that we get points for like you get points for our academic achievements, and we got negative points for Q2 and Q3. But I would always say when a student had problems in publishing in Q1, I would still say go to Q2. Because for the student, it is important to get it published. I would get some negative points, but so it's also what is good for the university, what is good for you, what is good for the PhD, and often this coincides. Sometimes it conflicts a little bit. How many references was your other was another question. I think in particular. If you go to the discussion section, you would expect a reviewer expects a lot of references. In your method section, it can be limited, in particular when your research is quite novel and innovative, and it doesn't really build too much on what is already out there. So I think you would expect, but still, if your research, I think that was what you were thinking of, research that is very innovative and that doesn't build a lot on what is already going on, then it might be difficult to find adequate references, and it would then be unfair for a reviewer to say you don't have enough references, because. So then I guess you have to be quite explicit that this is a field which is novel, and there is not many, and there is not much. So maybe state that in your paper. Maybe you do it already, but I think that is the only thing you can do. And if a referee says you don't have enough references, yeah, that's unfair. But the referee is always right. That's the problem. Yeah. And then your third question was a very small sample size, I think, is because it's difficult to get more. Maybe, and again, if a reviewer says your sample size is too small, the reviewer is always right. So you cannot. It's what you could consider, and probably you already thought of that, but rather than saying it is a definite study or present it more as a pilot investigation or something like that, as a pilot study. And again, be explicit on that also in your method, stating that it is difficult to find the participants. I guess in the end, it's always about honesty. Just be honest that it was difficult to find, and that your study should not be interpreted as a definite study, but as a preliminary findings and a pilot. Okay, I hope that helps. Ahmad, again, my regards to your mom and dad for the wonderful welcome and that we got. Your question was on the qualitative study, and you, of course, you're a student of Bustanul, so you are infected with qualitative studies. And I think your question is excellent and very to the point, because even when I read and still read maybe not Uri his work, but I recently had another qualitative study. And I think Uri did that quite well from the beginning. I cannot say how many words, but I think you have to be condensed. If you keep on saying this participant said this and this participant said that and this and so on, it becomes boring to read. It becomes too much. I think you did it from focus. Maybe go back to your key messages at the end and then see what phrases of the participants you want to highlight. And the phrases of the participants are in the results. If you think of the hourglass, the results should be a bit condensed, and then in the discussion you can go broader again. So I would actually maybe from the key points be limited. I cannot give a number, but I see your point very well. I recently read a paper, qualitative study, and the results, they went on and on about he said this, she said this, he said, participant B said this, participant C said that, and I thought, why do I have to know all this information what all these participants said? Good point. I cannot give you a number, but keep it in your head. But I think Bustanul knows he knows quite well to limit. Bustanul yourself had a question on what are the that it is so difficult, that it is so easy to give your limitations and so difficult to get the strengths. I would take as a rule of the thumb only 2 limitations, as I said, and for symmetry, 2 strengths, 2 points of strength. And what you often see in papers, and I think you also used it, to my knowledge, this is the first paper to blah, 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 blah. So that is often, of course, when you're not the first paper, you cannot say it, you have to be honest. So, but often you can use that as a strength. And often when you combine a specific knowledge questionnaire together with HIV, together with Indonesia, or maybe together with South Sulawesi, yeah, there will be a point that you will be the first. So you can often use that strength that you are the first to investigate something. Yeah, and then a second strength, I think reviewers appreciate it enormously when you can give a strength derived from your methods. I mean, science is about methodology. Reviewers are focused on the methods. So try also to come up with the strengths in terms of methodology. Professor Marianti, how long should we wait? I once had a paper submitted to a journal. It was the Health Economics, the name of the journal, Health Economics. They couldn't find review. That is always the issue. They cannot find. So why? You asked also. It's always because they cannot find weak. I also sometimes have with Value in Health that I have one paper yesterday. Again, I looked at it. 10 reviewers I have invited. They have all declined. So sometimes for the editor, it's really difficult to find a reviewer. I had a paper in Health Economics. They couldn't find reviewers. After 1 year, I started thinking, should I retract the paper? Then 1 month later, I was still a bit patient because when you retract the paper, you start all over again. That's always the balance. After 1 year and 1 month, they found reviewer. This reviewer gave us a major revision. We worked on it. It took again a year before we got a reaction on our revision. We got a minor revision. Second time, we did the minor revisions. And then after 2.5, 3 years, it was rejected. And maybe, and now I laugh about it, and maybe that is the only way to deal with it. I mean, we were unlucky. You have to have some luck, and sometimes you gain some, and sometimes you lose some. I think Uri and other Indonesian students indeed often ask me, it's already for 5 months. Should we retract and submit somewhere else? And generally, I think my reaction is, let's wait a little bit longer. So, yeah, because when you retract and go somewhere else, the whole thing starts again. You start at zero again. And also at the editorial office, when you are already there for half a year, there is some sense of urgency. And when you retract and go somewhere else, you've lost that sense of urgency. So generally, my advice is be patient. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Marianti. Okay, I also have experience for wait. Martin always say, just wait, but I think after 3 months or 4 months, I send an email to the journal. And then I would like to know the current status of our manuscript. Yeah.
Of course, when you can send a very polite email to the editorial office. Yeah. Did it help?
It's help. Yeah. Yeah, it's help. It's help. And then I also have an experience that when I submit a manuscript and then I cannot submit, I cannot attach all the files. I don't know why I cannot. And then I send an email to the editor and I screenshot that it's not work. The editor and then the editor also reply my email, and the editor said, just send the document and I'll send all our documents to them and it's published. That's the paper. It's IV paper. Okay. Thank you very much for all your time. So I think now it's the end of our discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Marianti, Professor Posma, and all of you on-site participants and online participants. Again, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya dan semoga insya Allah kita diberikan kesehatan, terutama untuk teman-teman yang sekarang sedang akan mengejar publikasi. Sekali lagi saya ingatkan, ada satu kata yang dari Prof. Adi Utarini, tesis, disertasi, publikasi, dan selalu saya bilang ke student saya, itu karya tulis. Bukan karya pikir. Ya dipikir boleh, tapi kalau misalnya dipikir terus sampai 3 tahun, mau kelar S2-nya, mau kelar S3-nya sampai kapan? Jadi ditulis. Satu simple thing yang saya lakukan adalah mau saya tulis atau tidak, saya di depan komputer. Itu tetap akan jadi walaupun cuma 1 kalimat. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat siang.
All right, thank you very much for Professor Martin Japosma and Dr. Bustanul Arifin for valuable knowledge and time. And as our appreciation, the Vice Rector Partnership, Innovation, Entrepreneurship of Business of Universitas Hasanuddin made the certificate for Professor Martin Japosma. And I invite Professor Dr. Renat Maranti Manggau to give the certificate for Prof. Martin. And everyone here, I invite you all to come to the stage so we can take photo together with Prof. Martin. And for the online participation, please open your camera because you want to have a screenshot together.
To all the participants on site, you can also have your certificate by fill the link. Again, for the on-site participants, we also facilitate for the certificate. Just put it your name in the form online.
Silakan berbaris, Kak. Babe. Silakan, Bu. Iya, di depan. Laki-laki mungkin bisa di bawah. Ya mungkin tinggi di belah. Kita